Alright, take number 2. And instead of whatever I just did beforehand with whatever settings I had incorrect, is now correct, or should be correct. Alright, welcome back to another stream. We have 3 ongoing tornado warnings. One was one that's in Iowa right now that is confirmed. And then we have 2 up in Michigan. They did end up warning the one that has had a I had a low precip hook earlier, and it still seems to be the case from a couple scans ago. See what the velocity look like on this thing. Might be still a little bit of rotation on that. Still gotta keep an eye on that. There's also this one over here, which did have rotation on it, but it was like very subtle compared to the one over here. Also, I realized I'm on Eastern Daylight Time and not Central, so let me just set that back. All right, that's back to the right time zone that I need. Because the reason why it was on Eastern Daylight Time too is because of the other day. It was, what day was it? Oh, let me check. I think it was the 18th, I think, where we had the enhanced risk. And I mean, there was a couple brief tornadoes, but otherwise it ended up being mostly wind for the most part with that. There's also a new tornado warning as well, which is north of Marquette. And yeah, you can see, are we on a no, we aren't on a Canada radar. We are on a radar in Marquette. Okay, I'm like, because it was like looks so low quality for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, let me double check what radar we're on here. Also, I need to adjust my settings real quick. All right, I need to move my mic too. Actually, I need to turn down my volume because this is probably any Storm Chaser feed I might have up. It's got to echo back into my mic because this microphone picks up everything. Like, literally everything. We actually have a brighter rotation up here. Does this have what's possible on it? Does not. Let's go back to our observed tornado tagged tornado warning here. And wow, yeah, that is definitely looking a lot better in terms of reflectivity for something potentially still producing a tornado. Don't really see anything on CC on this, but I don't know if there's any storm chasers out this way in particular that are alive. So let me check that. Also, I don't know why this side of my green screen is not picking up properly on my OBS, but you know, whatever. I don't know if it's because I did some changes to my setup. So now because I basically pulled back my desk and then pushed back my monitor so I can see a little bit better. Which, whether or not this was a good idea, I mean, it feels like a good idea because now I can see what is going on, I guess. Although I think the next thing I need to kind of fix here is probably the positioning of my webcam, probably, because that's probably why you can see this bomb right here with the green screen. But oh well. Yeah, I need water. Holy, this water's warm. Yeah, it's echoing back a little bit into my mic with my audio, making sure because that's one thing I always do is making sure my audio is going through properly, is at the proper volume, which it seems like it is for the most part. We did actually have a tornado warning on this area here, this line of storms. Which actually, let me go back quite a few scans actually. You can see where we started having this shape here, almost like an S shape, and this is the area where we started having that rotation. That continued for a little bit, but if we go to latest scans, yeah, not really seeing that rotation a whole lot, or at least not as notable of an area rotation. Although we are kind of we're between radar sites, but we have the case where velocities sometimes don't really get picked up very well in a section of Iowa here. seriously, it is warm in my room right now. It's not that case. The case of that is not helping. Also, doesn't help this water. I mean, warm water works, I guess, but it would be nice to. Well, I did bring actually another. Actually, you know what? Let me just kind of scoop myself over. Get my water out, which is actually a little bit cool, a little bit colder actually. Yeah, that's better. Much better. Cold water. I know. I know warm water can be good, but I need cold water right now, if anything. Also, with this particular cell right now, looks to be over a mainly like rural area here, because you got the Copper Country State Forest there near well, it'd be east of Channing and Segola there in Michigan. I need to turn on these compressor and expander, because then now I'll get rid of any background noise. And then that way, also that way as well, you aren't hearing every single click that I make here. Although my mouse is probably a different situation, maybe. Let me pull up my mic a little bit more. Oh, hiccup. Oh. Alright, so while we're at it, I do want to take a look at a couple things here, which would be... The first one I want to look at is the vertical wind profile, which the 1 year Marquette, which there is curvature. A little bit more of the wonkier ones I've seen for a curved photograph, but how about the 1 year Des Moines, actually? Yeah, you can see your curvature in there, too. Which, actually, with the case of the severe threat over here in Iowa, actually, because we did actually have a boundary over here. I don't know if it was our... I don't think it's our warm... Don't think it's our warm front. Let me... Actually, might be the warm front, actually. Actually, no. The warm front... At least where the weather prediction center has it, the surface front, what the warm front's more towards eastern Iowa, actually. Alright, they have dropped the confirm tag on this, so we don't have a confirmed tornado tag on this tornado warning here. That is still how we're going for another 21 minutes. Actually, I think most are... Yeah, actually most of our 20 warnings are still going for that time, actually. So that's going to be going till 5:15 Central. Do I need to bring my fan in here? Ooh. It is actually... It's warm in my room, too. Still looks like... Looked a little bit of a healthier hook from earlier, a couple scans ago, but that's looks like it's starting to fall apart a bit there. But let me take a look at the upper tilts here, if they want to work, maybe. Okay, so our second tilt is actually loaded in. Our third is gonna be way behind. I would presume we probably had a very visible tornado on this thing too, considering there's nothing in terms of precipitation in front of this, like nothing in front of the inflow there. There also, I think we looked at this report earlier. Multiple reports in front of cloud with the ports on the ground. Location estimated by radar. So this is 5:30, not 4:33. That'll be that right there. Right there, and then that makes its way east. And Looks like the area that it was trying to recycle was rotating there, but now, from what I kind of talked a little bit here, with this starting to kind of fall apart a little bit here, as it makes its way southeast. Actually, I think we this might have actually latched onto the outflow right here too, because as you can see, this if we go back a little bit here, oh, if we go forward, I should say here, we do actually have this outflow right here, which is now making its way southwest there ahead of this line, and that is probably undercutting this right here. But this section here that's currently tornado warned on, well, the tornado warning southeast of Webster City now, but that's probably what that latched on and then briefly produced a tornado there. Which is no longer producing a tornado now. Although it probably has at least some level of rotation in it. Also, this is the first stream in a long while since I've done too. I've just realized that. The last one I did was like 2 weeks ago on July 2nd. Also, I don't think I mentioned yet what the probabilities they put on Tornado Watch. The Storm Prediction Center put the probabilities of 70-50. So it's high chance of seeing multiple tornadoes that they put on this watch, which I was like, holy, I was not expecting that probabilities for a tornado watch. I knew they were going to put out a tornado watch, but man. Sometimes the probabilities just it's like, okay, I was not expecting that. But then again, my guess is the reason why they put those, actually, let me take a look at the mesoscale discussion. I don't know if they mentioned any outflow boundaries or anything like that, because there was a complex this morning that went from over here in Minnesota all the way down into Illinois, which I can actually go back. Let me go. I'd probably need to go back to like 12 hours on here to show that. Yeah, there you go. So there's your complex from this morning, which did produce a couple, I think, a couple damaging wind reports. I think, well, there's one, but did also have a hail port with it too. And then here's our current line that's moving through right now. Yeah, let me go find the discussion. Oh wait, actually, hold on 1 second, because I didn't look at this mesoscale discussion from a little bit ago. I mean, it's not super long ago, but it is a little bit over 20 minutes ago that they released this. And here's what the Storm Prediction Center put out for this cluster of storms here. Corridor of enhanced severe wind potential, a few tornadoes, and isolated occurrences of large hail also possible. Which they have probability with peak intensity from 120 to 145, wind 65 to 80, and then hail. That's not golf ball, that's ping pong to tennis ball. Although golf ball size hail will be like one size up from a quarter and a half to quarter and 3/4. Also, I just realized my camera is not working on this. Oh wait, that's why, because it wasn't turned on. Gee, I wonder why. Gee, I wonder why that wasn't working. Looks at the, because on OBS, there's a bunch of different sources you can put, and webcam being one of them. And I forgot to turn that back on. So yeah. All right, I do want to go back up to Michigan here. There is actually a severe thunderstorm now over in Wisconsin now, all the way up here in Wisconsin, near Tipler, Florence, and Fern. This is like northern Wisconsin, I think. Still got this tornado warning still going on over here too. Which let me take a look. So rotation be there. Let me take a look at the reflectivity here. Try to line up. Might be just wind at this point, because now this is merging with this right here. That is also one thing I did not go over quite yet, is our outlook for today, which we do have a enhanced risk, which is a little 3 out of 5. The main threats being tornadoes, and then also damaging winds, which our tornado threat, well, I mean, we've had tornadoes come out of our more linear mode in Iowa, and then also kind of like a embedded supercell on the side of our line of storms, but are more at least strong to, I don't want to say violent, but definitely strong tornadoes will at least come out of our more discrete cells. If we do end up seeing those, but we'll have to look at our over the next couple hours how long a window we do have for that in terms of our discrete cells, and then also tornado threat. And then I know I showed it, but we do have quite a big area for damaging winds, which I guess I'm not super surprised considering it is, I mean, June and July you do see, I mean, not that you can't see your setups that you see during like May, April, March, but during June and July, you definitely see a lot more events that are more linear with damaging wind gust threats, and there goes off the clock. And then we also do have a hail threat, but it's not as great of a threat as the damaging wind or tornado threat for today. And then tomorrow we also have an enhanced risk again tomorrow. And the main threat for that is the damaging wind gust threat again, which we have a 45%, which we had that a couple days ago as well, where we had a 45% for damaging wind gusts. There's a 5% tornado risk out there as well, so a couple tornadoes, maybe even a few tornadoes be possible. Which this will all really depend on our morning convection. If we have morning convection push out a little bit earlier than sooner, then we'll probably see a greater threat with the tornado threat. They did issue a severe dust warning on this now. 6-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch size hail. That is observed as well, looks like, with the hail. There's a good reason why they didn't continue the tornado policy on us, which is the previously mentioned outflow boundary right here, which undercut that. So our area that we're going to be looking for, I guess, with our severe threat is still the cell here, but this line here that we can kind of assume, at least for right now, that this is kind of like this with the outflow boundary. Let me take a look at the Quad Cities radar here, see what we got. Well, I will say it does look like we have some storms actually are developing on this side here, towards more the east side of Iowa, and then also northwestern Illinois too. One second. Whew. I should probably take something for my sinuses. Alright, that's a new tornado warning. So they are continuing this as they did. Yeah, they are continuing the tornado warning on this thing, interestingly. Okay. Alright, actually, well, alpha boundaries you would really only see at the more lower levels compared to the upper tilt. Because an alpha boundary is basically the exhaust of a storm, cool air getting exhausted out of a storm. And they have also issued a severe dust warning on this now. There's looks like a little bit of a hook on the cell just north of Florence here. So you get this kind of almost like a hook shape, but not really anything in terms of rotation to say. I don't know whether to say the least of the most, but Yeah. Okay, they did add water spout possible, so there's actually about what I kind of expected for rotation over Lake Superior here. At least this section of Lake Superior. Also, as well, while we're kind of on the topic of weather, major weather here, we do actually have tropical depression too, which if this does become a tropical storm, it will become tropical storm Bertha. But I'm gonna be honest, this thing, as of right now, does not look too great on, or it didn't look too great on satellite earlier. But it does look like it's trying to get its act together a little bit more. But you can actually see the area that's the low pressure area, right? And if I can zoom in, hold on one second. Let me try to get as close as I can here. Actually, hold on one second. Satellite WX. This is a little bit better when it comes to try to see what you want to look at, I guess. And yeah, you can see right in there where you have your low pressure spinning. Which one thing that this thing is battling right now is, if I can let me load a little bit more of the map here. Where is, I think it's a lower level. I think, or actually no, be looking at the mid levels actually. And there is some dry air that wasn't training on this thing. It does look like it's not dealing with that as much, but at least in the mid levels and upper levels. But the lower levels, yeah, definitely dry for sure. Which is what all this yellow is, which is dry air. And two things that tropical systems do not like. They do not like shear, and they also do not like dry air. That is that tornado warning is like right on the edge there. Like literally this section here from Marquette all the way up to this section over there, Low Presque Isle cabins there. Definitely seeing cells starting to get going in this section here. Although there looks like one that kind of got choked off, at least with the little like smaller showers. Looks like they got kind of choked off. If we go over to Green Bay's radar, yeah, that looks like it's the case where cells are getting choked off in some portions there. Which I'm guessing we got dry air that are training, too much dry air are training some of these areas here. Also got quite the swath of 60-mile-per-hour winds. That there was a 80 somewhere. There was. Okay, yeah, there's. Relayed by emergency manager, Tyus made from radar. Actually, we could also look at because there is the outlooks on here too. There's fire weather, not really anything to know other than isolated dry thunderstorms tomorrow up in California and Oregon there. Northern California to be specific, and then this entire section of Oregon here that covers all the way from Detroit all the way down to Medford and Lakeview there. But here's the tropical weather outlook, which we have they have, well, at least for right now, they have this right now outlined for disturbance, and same with this one here. And there you can see our tropical depression. They do have this at basically kind of like borderline tropical storm. Actually, tomorrow morning, very early tomorrow morning. Although I think we could, if our tropical depression now gets its act a little bit, we probably see that probably later this evening, if anything. But right now, with what at least what we saw from earlier with satellite, yeah, that thing is gonna be taking a while to um, kind of get itself together for the most part. I'm kind of curious, what do they clock the minimum pressure at right now? About 1,005 millibars. Max sustained winds 35, so that's just below a tropical storm right now. Let's see what they say. Depression drifting radically northwestward, expected to become a tropical storm this afternoon or tonight. And the latest advisory came out 4 hours ago. The next one is at 7 o'clock, which will be coming out in the next 2 hours. We also do have there's post-tropical cyclone Elida, which was forecast to become a hurricane, but never did. There's also this one here, which is Fausto, that is forecast to become a hurricane, which will be interesting because I don't think we've had a hurricane yet in the Eastern Pacific yet, so it'll be interesting to see what ends up going on in that section there. We also do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which is for semi-power winds and also tornado prospect as well. And then for excessive rainfall outlook, which we have a slight risk right now in North Carolina. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow is basically about right where our enhanced risk is right now. And then what else have we got? Day 3, there's also a slight risk. Day 4, which we actually got a slight risk out here between Missouri, Kansas, Iowa, and Nebraska on Thursday, actually. And then Friday, that shifts to Missouri. It looks like they actually dropped a couple of the tornado warnings up here, actually, in upper the upper peninsula of Michigan, actually, interestingly. And neither of those actually have tornado prospect on either. Actually, scratch that, one of them does. Which is this one over here that's in this little section of Wisconsin right now. Okay, where did I put my fan at? Where's in my room? I don't know. Oh, it's back here. Oh. Alright. Fan. Alright. I'm facing it the wrong way. Great. Try to plug this thing in with one hand. And of course, it's on the wrong way with plugging it in. Oh! bumped my head. There we go. Okay. Like, I know I have my laptop and my computer running at the same time right now, but it was not that warm like 2 seconds ago. Alright, I need to back this up a little bit here. Alright, they have continued this as a severe dose warning. Do they have a... I know they put Waterspot Hospital on this. There's 2 little areas that I'm looking at right now, which is this one. This one most notably off the coast of Harvey, up here in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and then there's also this one. This makes me wonder if we have a couple waterspouts ongoing there. I don't think I know Weatherwise has cams, but I don't think we have has cams up here. I don't even know if there's even cameras up here in general. Let me kind of just center myself in the middle of my camera here, and not like a million miles away. Updates on. That is one thing I will say too about the watches in the future, because there's no watches going in southern Wisconsin and also northern Illinois, which will probably, I would imagine, if we do see watches, that could be later tonight, but that is to be determined because we did have convection and whatnot through today, which I don't know if we, I don't even know if we even destabilize enough. Let me take a look to see what we got here. Yeah, we probably did have at least some destabilization in the atmosphere here. But whether or not that's enough to get storms going, or keep them going, but... Well, I would say, actually, no, we do have storms, well, we do have enough to get storms going, but whether or not they end up becoming severe, that's the other kind of question. Here's another report from earlier. Reports of tornado on the ground, and they should continue. Still got this warning still going for another 27 minutes, and then the one up in Michigan, which is the only one still going. That's gonna be going for another 12 minutes. And we did actually. There's your 2-inch size hailstone report there over near Ellsworth. Also another thing, I don't know if this might have been shown already, kind of on here, but we do actually have tropical storm watches ongoing and warnings. There is also a storm surge watch too, which I haven't looked at what the storm surge numbers are for what they have. The National Hurricane Center has to see. So generally, with what they have, at least forecasted here, we got section. You got sections that are 1 to 3 feet and then 2 to 4, which it's likely higher here because this is where they're anticipating the landfall to be with the tropical depression and then potentially the tropical storm if it does become that. And then storm surge over here, 1 to 2 feet, 1 to 3 feet, somewhere in the vicinity of that. Also, another thing to keep in mind when it comes to hurricanes as well. Not that they can't happen on days when there's no tropical systems and whatnot, but rip currents. Those are a big thing when it comes to, especially when you have a tropical system off the coast. That could be a big factor when it comes to water safety. That's a new severe dust warning. That's over in Arizona. There's actually a severe threat over here in Arizona, actually. Because we do actually have a monsoon season going on over here and the desert southwest. See, I imagine a lot of these are probably... How many of these are for either wind or hail? Okay, all of these I think might be for hail, I think. Oh, this one is for hail and wind. But the ones in okay, so the ones in Arizona with the severe dust warnings on that half of the threat we're looking at here. So we got hail, and then wind plus hail. Amazing drawing by me. Yes, totally. Yeah, just absolutely just amazing. Also behind our storms as well, we do actually have a cold front, so and that'll be the driver of our linear most storms for later this evening into tonight. Let me I need to turn oh we have to keep that on. Turn on IM notification sound. So whenever the Storm Prediction Center issues something in terms of like mesoscale discussions, outlooks, which the outlook's not gonna be coming out for a little while, but right now, but mainly for the case of mesoscale discussions, which I mean you get mesoscale discussions for watches, but watches and mesoscale discussions, I guess. One thing I do want to take a look at is some meso analysis. So here's the meso analysis. So this is surface-based instability, so basically storm fuel, and a very unstable environment down here. And it's blue, which let me go to turn off radar here. This is all convective inhibition, which basically inhibits convection from kind of going on, basically. And we actually have a new tornado warnings, actually. Which I would imagine this one is probably for the case of water spout. Yeah. Severe storm capable of producing tornadoes located offshore near Harvey. I don't know what's going on. Alright, so looking at the latest velocity, that would be our area rotation there. Actually, let me turn on dual view here. That can make things a lot easier. Bad. Basically, alright. I did not want to turn that off. Actually, well, I did want to turn it off, but that's for something else. So here is basically what we're looking at in terms of our cell. That is, I mean, I don't know if it's producing any kind of water spout right now, but we do have actually quite the velocity couple here that's making its way southeast. And if that continues making its way southeast, we could actually have a water spout make its way on land here in Michigan. But that's presuming that this is actually producing something and it's just not strong rotation. And this one is good. I'm guessing they're allowing this one to expire out. I'm guessing. Let me see. Yeah, they're okay. So yeah, they're allowing that one to expire out. And then here's the one down here that was also tornado warned as well. Definitely have quite the probably quite the hail producer here, which actually looking at reflectivity, see, actually hail spike here, so definitely have a case of, I mean, what is this warrant for right now with hail? Ping pong sized hails. I would just say we probably actually have probably even larger hail than that that's producing out of this right now. And then our air rotation, which is a little bit broad, but it is in there. Although reflectivity it did just update, so we'll see what it looks like in the next scan here once it comes in. And then we still got the Tory wearing on going here in Iowa, which not really seeing much in terms of rotation, to be honest, on this one. Nose is killing me. Alright, let's see if scans have come in now. Yeah, they have. Okay, so we expect the rotation to be in there. Not seeing anything in terms of CC, but that one's likely trying to tighten up in there. And then whether or not it produces, that'll be something to watch for. This one looks like it's definitely the case of it producing right now. This is it's still making its way southeast-ish. Yeah, this is still making its way southeast. So it'll be make its way in this direction here towards these kind of foresty wooded areas here. And I guess we'll see what happens when if this is indeed on the ground here. Or I say on the ground, but on the water producing something. Whether or not this does produce damage once it makes it onto land. But we do have that environment up here for cells to produce tornadoes. And I think we may have to be watching out for a little bit just the south of that actually for rotation too. So we got two areas here. We got one that is offshore, make its way southeast, and then we got a second one which may actually, I mean, depending on what this is doing on that area right here, if this is indeed recycling, maybe not, but as a severe thunderstorm warning, that is over in Iowa. Let's see for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And the things I was testing out, because I was trying to test out like a new bedded system on my Google website with it automatically updating stuff. But okay, but yeah, okay, yeah, it doesn't want to work properly, so I'm just gonna have to remove that now, I guess. Because I've been trying to figure out a way where it'll automatically update things, rather than me going in and then manually updating everything. But oh well. Guess that's not. I guess that's not happening. I guess I'll have to go back in and remove the all the stuff that I did with trying to make those embeddeds. All right. Looking at latest scans, still got. I mean, there's probably still some strong rotation still going on with this thing, but definitely not as widespread looking on radar as it did a couple scans ago. So this is, I mean, if this is indeed starting to wind down, probably gonna have to start looking towards to the southeast of it with this right here, with it potentially trying to recycle its rotation. And this still looks like this is producing some pretty sizable hail right here too. Also, here is the severe dust warning I was talking about earlier with the baseball size hail, 6 mile per hour winds. Also, it looks like we have another cell that just fired up behind us as well, looks like. So that'll be something to watch for as well. If this does end up doing anything at all, that might end up as right now, as it's popping out, that's going to be mainly damaging wind and also hail. I'm kind of curious. Okay, we did actually have a, well, nearly baseball-sized hail pour here. Between 2 to 2.5 inch size hailstone, which is a tennis ball size hail zone. Well, 2 inch size, like hen egg to tennis ball size hail. See what our air rotation is look like on this. Maybe a tiny little one now that probably made its way at least either near to near this little area here, or like just hit probably somewhere to the side. And it's still watching this section here make its way southeast. So yeah, I think this is more than likely at this point trying to recycle and make its way southeast. Actually, I have a damage report here. Tree limbs torn off tree, 50 mile per hour wind gust. And then we actually have a couple of 70 mile per hour wind reports, which one just has 70, no details. And then the other one was an automated weather station, which is usually a personal weather station, I think. Actually, that might be just the mesonet, actually, now that I think of it. Let me take a look. Where is the METARs at? Yeah, that might be just personal weather station, perhaps, with that one. Baseball. There actually was a baseball-sized hail port, looks like, as well. They did update this and condense it, too, as it makes its way southeast. The chair was rolling over my cord over here. Or, because right now I have, well, I always do, but because I have my laptop plugged in, so it doesn't run out of battery. Which I know I got my PC over here, but laptop kind of counts as another monitor, like a third monitor, I guess. I don't know. Outflow still pushing southwest. And this is going to be making its way towards the rest of the tornado watch as it makes its way southwest, too. I haven't seen anything from the Storm Prediction Center any type of watch or anything. They did just release a new Metascale discussion. Let me see where's this at. It's concerning the western Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So, threat for a few tornadoes appears to be increasing across the discussion area. Current radar observations, supercells maturing near the eastern edge of the instability. So basically, in a nutshell, the tornado threat is indeed increasing in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan right now. Which, I mean, we've been kind of seeing that for a little bit at this point with this right here, where I'm pretty sure we had 2 different water spouts that were. If there wasn't anything going on, then we at least had 2 areas of rotation. But this definitely looked like it was probably ongoing. And then that recycle that was going on, and then not really seeing much now. Ugh. Yeah, you even see, man, these cells have been going on for a little bit now. Although a couple of these look like they have been sustaining themselves a little bit more than others have in this section here. Let me look at see if we got a radar tick and see what's going on the backside. This section of Wisconsin here is, I mean, even though you got radar in Green Bay and the other one in Duluth and then the other Marquette, there's not really a area here that covers, well, not really radars that can really cover this section here very well, or at least well enough. That's probably a little bigger circle, but yeah. I'm definitely have to take something for my sinuses in a second. This is being a pain on my butt. Alright, the Storm Protection Center did just issue a severe thunderstorm watch, and that is going to be for western Illinois. And it's a little bit of a section of very northeastern Missouri. I need to readjust where I'm sitting. Because with how I sit over the Spanish tree, my chair just slowly shifts over like this. Yeah, I'm be right back. I'm gonna get something for my sinuses. I'm back. Let's try, try to go over to the new business skill discussion on my PC. I was like dragging my mouse cursor on my laptop instead. All right, so here's the new business skill discussion, which uh potential for severe wind gusts expected to spread southeast of the watch area within the next hour, requiring additional watch. So that was the severe industrial watch that was just issued, and they have the main threat as wind. There is a tornado and hail threat as well, but I would expect the wind threat to be the main. Well, I mean, there is the main threat to the wind, but I was definitely expected to be the main threat compared to the tornado threat. But a couple tornadoes would definitely be possible within that line if it holds. There's a tornado policy on this as well. I don't know what kind of hiccup that was. If it even was a hiccup, I don't even know. Here's what they have for probabilities: 10, 0, 70, 60, 30, 30. So yeah, not super high probabilities for a tornado, but definitely actually what was the wind probabilities for last watch? 60-50. So it's a little higher on your watch. And that was 60-60 on the watch up here. So a little bit different and on all of our watches that we have out right now. Got more hail ports coming in. We got golf ball plus hail. Golf ball size plus hail. So what we got in terms of the one in Iowa is about to expire out, and then we just got the ones in the Upper Peninsula in Michigan. Any other mesoscale discussions that I missed? Oh, there's the graphic from National Server Chicago that's out right now. Take a look at that. So here is the graphic from National Server Chicago with well, it's valid through 7 o'clock, and there's the lowest chances, the highest chances. The highest chances is through here here with the storms, which they have primary hazards of lightning strikes, heavy downpours, and gusty winds. Actually, how much of that even showed properly? Because I switched the thing over to my main monitor. Hold on a second. I think I fixed it. There we go. Okay. Now that should work. Alright, now I should be able to show the graphic properly, hopefully. Did I even put that in the right tab? I don't even know. I did. or not tab, window. All right, so here's the graphic. Now that you can show it properly, and it's not supersized to the size of a giant coconut. I don't know why compared to the giant coconut. This is not food, but you know what? It works. All right, and here's that graphic. Well, the graphic finally loaded on the actual thing, the actual MD. But here's the graphic mesoscale discussion. The graphic for the mesoscale discussion from earlier for the increasing tornado threat, which you have probably peak 120, 145 for tornado, and then hail, king pong to tennis ball, and a wind 55-70. Which I don't know if we've have we. I know we had one hail port so far. We haven't had any tornado ports yet. I don't know. Okay, that is a weird thing that the let me go over to the mesoanalysis. That is like a whole like chunk that the because what the mesoanalysis uses is the wrap, and it has an entire like chunks of blocks of chunks. I don't know. Taken out of this section here, which is interesting. What's going on over here? That okay? We got 95 over 48. I'm guessing it's not putting any convective inhibition because it's so dry over here. I'm guessing, but even then, it's if you go to surface observations, you got 93 or 58. So I don't know what's going on with the wrap right now on the mesoanalysis. Uh, do a little bit of change to the title real quick because we don't only have that tornado warning in Iowa now. We just have the ones in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Yeah, that is one thing I finally figured out why because when you have radar on, it has I don't know what kind of shading to call this. Like light shading, I guess, with like stripes. I don't know. And when you take it off, it has this like like not dark blue, but it has like this like blue and then cyan and all that. And then when you look at if you have a jet streak, at least where you have your very strong winds aloft, you get this purple. But if you have radar on, I mean, it's more like a red purple looking thing. Yeah, that makes it this makes it so much easier to see what I'm looking at. At least with the at least with the ones that have that blue outline contour. Because you got two versions of the 850 millibar analysis, which one has the solid blues, but the other one doesn't. Kind of interesting. See what our shear's looking like. I would expect the shear to increase as we get into later this evening, if we have any increase in shear at all. Where's our 850? Our 850 mil bar is there, so maybe we don't really see. I mean, we probably see at least a little bit of a ramp up in our 850, which is our lower level jet, but probably not a ton. Because I mean, we are in summer, which I mean, I would say usually you see not as strong of a jet stream during summer, but last month I think it was, I want to say it was either the 11th or the 17th. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it might have been the 11th where we had that tornado outbreak, where we had summer thermodynamics, but then winter type of kinematics. So a lot of shear, a lot of instability, and then that kind of fueled the storms for that day, basically. Where is college page? Because I know, I mean, you got Gorsil, which, I would, this is the one I really want to use more, but there's like stuff that are like locked behind, uh, because you got the Euro, which I want to use, but there's like, there's some stuff that I can use on other sites that are locked on here, but there's some stuff on here that I want to use, but I gotta go to other sites to use it. Which is why I mainly use College DuPage and Pivot Weather for those reasons. And then I keep forgetting that there is model data on um, blanking right now. There's model data on Weatherfront. Which on Weatherfront you have, I mean, you have all your models that normally would have, but then you also got the a couple models that you wouldn't see on other sites typically. I don't know because Weather Bell is you can't use it without a subscription, so I don't know what's available on here. I don't know if they have the AI GFS and a HGF GFS and all that. And we do have a new tornado warning, and that's also gonna be in Michigan as well. And then also the because their REFS is actually available on here too, and the version 2 of the RRFS, which the version 2 of the RRFS is it's apparently it has fixes that the current prototype version of the R has because with the current RRFS that you can access on like Pivot Weather, the main issues with that is it basically over convects. Which I think on the like latest now that I think of it, the latest, well, the newer RFS, which is I think it's supposed to be the M Pass version if I remember correctly, which is a little bit better in terms of handling basically everything compared to the current version that's out there right now. Unfortunately, though, I mean, from what I saw with, because I remember seeing the REFS, which is the sound version of the RRFS, on the Solar Prediction Center's live stream. I don't remember what day it was off the top of my head, but um, it was like it's even smoother than the href, which I'm like, all right, cool. The only thing is the href is like I really like the href. It's a very useful tool. Obviously, I guess once I mean because the release of the both the new version of the RFS and then our EFS is supposed to be coming out. I think in October. I think, or if I remember correctly. Let's see here. See what we got. We do have rotate. We did have. Well, we at least did have rotation, which was like right in there. It's a little bit. I would say a little bit messy of a area that's rotating there. You have quite a bit of storms starting to fire on the backside of this too. Do have storms there? I think these have been going for a little bit. This one seems like it kind of split off. Yeah, this one split off right here, and then this one kind of formed on the backside here. So, guess we'll be watching these here as they make their way east if these congeal into a line or not. Water's still cold enough. That's good. Honestly, I might. An idea I had just now is put this water bottle over here in the fridge, and then if I finish this one, which is still cold, I'll just drink out of that. I guess I don't know. Either that, or I put that in the fridge now and then pour that into here. Although I could already see myself spilling water all over the place, so maybe not. I got a sphere dust ring on this area for 60 mph winds, quarter size hail. This one's also 60 mph winds, but half dollar size hail being possible, and then this one's down to golf ball and 60 there. And that is quite the. This is. I mean, I've been watching it for a little bit, but this is becoming quite the outflow bound here as it makes its way southwest. So we'll see. What that if that ends up. I mean, it's more. It's more of a case of this breaking the tornado threat, if anything. But whether or not the cells end up taking advantage of the outflow boundary and then potentially producing a tornado. Hmm. Rotating wall cloud a mile north of my position. It that is a weird spot for. I don't. That is definitely. There's nothing even anywhere near. I don't know what's going on with that storm spider network one there. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. Alrighty, that's either that is placed itself in the wrong spot or that person is literally sitting right there and is saying it's wall collided when there's not. I don't know. Spider network has some weird issues sometimes. They also did extend the tornado warning on this here. Let me take a look here. Okay, yeah, I can see why they reissued the tornado warning, or at least, well, it's technically an extension, but also reissued a new tornado warning as well because this one had to expire out. Because we had the area rotation here and also here too. Not really seeing a whole lot in the way of scans, but we gotta keep an eye on that for a bit. It's gonna be Sphere destroying over in Utah, actually, on that one. 6 mile per wins in quarter, and then another one just came in live in the second after that one, which is Core Size Hill. That's over in Arizona. It's be north of Dewey Humboldt. Actually, actually had a rotating wall cloud report here. Half mile northwest. It's from Mike Mars with that one. Which I do recognize that. I do recognize that name because he is a storm chaser actually. See my data drop on my OBS, bro. I don't know what. Oh, my OBS is all over the place right now. Oh, it's back. Okay, it's back to normal. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if my internet was doing something random or it's OBS. Could be just OBS being its typical self. I don't know. Likely OBS. What is okay? My right, my wrist on my right hand is doing a bunch of like cracking right now. What is going on? Okay, now that because when YouTube isn't getting usually when YouTube isn't getting smooth streaming or whatever, it has like this big old yellow bar, and that finally went away. Keeping my eye on Central Wisconsin here. All right, that's new sphere storm has to be over actually in Texas actually. See over near I think this could be just north a few miles north of El Paso. 6 mile per wind gust and core size core size hail. Did they just upgrade that to baseball size hail being possible on that? I think they just upgraded that. Huh, let me check. Yeah, they just upgraded the sort of wording from ping pong to the baseball size hail being possible. Let's see. I think that's probably recycle this area rotation out here near between Outrain and Christmas over here in the upper peninsula of Michigan. No, I got a Christmas, Michigan. I gotta see. Oh my, yep. I was like, wait a minute. Did they actually like follow the name of Christmas for the town? And yes, they do. Okay, cool. I'm like, I gotta see if that's the case. It's all year round too. Stuff looks like interestingly. So there's a Bay Furnace Park and Campground. So it's campground. Got Uncle Ducky Outdoors Paddlers Village. You got a casino there. There's a steakhouse and lounge. Foggy Steakhouse and Lounge. Let's see. So split between things to do in the town of Christmas, and then you got the history of it, and you got seasonal activities. Which the seasonal activities, I guess, I'm not super surprised considering. I mean, we're in Michigan, but also it's actually how I don't know how hilly or mountainous up here. Yeah, snowmobiling, cross country skiing, ice climbing, and then that's for winter. And then summer they have kayaking, beachcombing, hiking, scuba diving, and snorkeling. See what they got for fall. Fall colors and fishing. So quite a bit of stuff to do up here. Looks like. And then they also included day trips from Christmas, Michigan. We got Grand Island, which is offshore from Christmas, which is this right here. I imagine you probably had to take a boat there. Or kayak, actually. Because there is kayaking. Not really seeing a whole lot in terms of rotation on this. Although maybe a little bit something near Rapid River, but actually the original, because it'd be that. It'd be the rotation actually up just to the north of that, actually. Or what's left of it, I should say. Let's see. They did issue a 6 upper winds and with ping pong size hail on this. There is a pocket of some damaging winds making its way towards Gilbert. Iowa, and then eventually make his way, at least with both the wind and damaging hail threat, make his way towards Ames and Nevada, Iowa. Kind of curious. See what, let's see. Because I mean, we haven't seen, as far as I know, we really haven't seen anything on correlation coefficient for debris. So actually, let me look at between velocities and CC. Because I mean, we did have a tight couple. It looks like near Perkins earlier. Does make me wonder if we had at least some kind of brief tornado. Although looking at velocity and CC, it's like displaced. I imagine we also would see probably a what's the word I'm looking for? Condensing of this tornado tornado warning. I think. Let me look at observations again real quick. Not the RTMA. I need METARs because I want to see where is our cold front at right now. Let's see. Be roughly here. This would be roughly where our cold front's at. That's sagging its way southeast. And see these storms. I think this is probably why we're having these storm showers starting to initiate too, because of the cold front. Go back to radar. Still same case right now with this area right here. I imagine, I don't know if they're gonna actually issue a new tornado warning or not on that, but we might see a new tornado warning on that. Is there a radar a little bit closer to this one here? Maybe not. Yeah, the one in Marquette there is the closest to that. Because it looks like this has a hook trying to develop on it, but they haven't issued any new severe warnings or anything on it. 616, so still about, well, it's not an hour yet, but still got a while till the next outlook comes out. Trying to drag at this here, but I'm dragging the map around. They did extend the use of redox warning on this now. Still continuing as, did they have 60? No, they did not have 60. They just had ping. They had ping pong on the last one, but now it's down to $half. And they also did issue a severe dose warning on this now. No tornado pause tag on it. So I gotta keep an eye on this area right here. Broad rotation there. Make its way southeast. New severe dose warning SB4, ping pong size hill, and 60 mile per hour winds. That's gonna be over in Iowa there. A lot of lightning with this right now up here too. Like lot of lightning in this section here. Big old section of storms. And there's actually another wall cloud port. Rapidly rotating wall cloud tornado imminent. And that was 6:14, so that was only about 5 minutes ago that that report was made. And that's gonna be just northeast, or well, the report itself is northeast of Ames, but the cell itself that was reported on is just north of Ames. I went there. And there's also this severe dust warning. I think I mentioned earlier that was warned. Yeah, this is it. I think. Let me see. Yes, it is. Okay. And that's for ping pong and 60 there with that severe, well, at least that portion of the line here that's still severe warned. I haven't heard anything in terms of anything. Actually, there was actually a business skills cut. Why is okay? Why did this turn off? I don't. I am decided it wants to turn off audio alerts. Okay, cool, great. Let's see. Okay, so this is a business skill discussion for basically the Upper Peninsula and then this northern section of Michigan here. Oh, I guess you could say the north part of the min, I guess, because I mean it's shaped like a min. So let me get the business skill discussion up. I can feel I've been drinking water, but my throat's dry. Amazing. All right, so here's the business scale discussion that was just issued. Increased severe weather risk this evening. A watch is likely. Much lower peak intensity. Wind is still around the same. Hail is definitely a lot lower than it was earlier, but definitely lower probabilities in general in terms of peak intensity, except for wind from the last watch. I want to take a look at cyclonic while I'm at it because I haven't checked up on well, still a little while away from the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center still, but or well, I should say, and we're still well, it's a little less than 40 minutes now, but we're still about 40 minutes away from the intermediate advisory. The next complete advisory is at 10 o'clock Central Time. To what recon is or recon's doing at the moment, which I oh no, okay, so the mission they just did just now is done. Okay, I'm like, I don't know if they have a mission going on now or not. Oh no, they do actually have a mission out there going on right now. Status in storm. Two of them actually. Which one is low level reconnaissance, and the other one I would imagine is see, but it's probably upper air. I would imagine. All right, they just issued a severe dose warning for this tornado pause tag, 6 mile per wind, and half dollar size hail. And then there's a new tornado warning up in Michigan again. And that is on the cell that I've been kind of eyeing for a bit now as well. So the area of rotation is going to be near Hermansville and Powers, Michigan. That's going to make its way southeast towards Gurley. That's going to be make its way into this section of Lake Michigan, actually. See, I'm kind of curious. How far are we? Ugh, can't speak English. How far are we from? Actually, showing seconds actually might be pretty helpful. Actually, now I'm thinking about it because I had this off, but showing the seconds actually might be a little bit more helpful because it gets a little bit more precise time of when the radar updated. So rotation's gonna be in here. Although we are kind of far from radar here, but or at least where we are from radar. Actually, let me take a look. See what GR. I want to load up GR2 because that does tell you how far up the beam is. Which from here is about a little over 4,000 feet. So this is still close enough to see rotation, but not definitely not at the lower levels. It's more of a case of seeing things at the upper or at least mid levels potentially. But actually, let me switch this from this to this. Okay, so here's GR2 analysis, which is it's it's something that's embedded into what the National Weather Service uses, which is AWIPS, and you can see a little bit more, I would say, technical type of stuff in here. I mean, you still see the same products like rotation or velocity and reflectivity, and also storm relative. But then there's also NROT, which shows areas. It's a derived product, but it does show areas where there is some kind of rotation going on within a storm. And then you also do have I don't know if this gonna show up properly because I don't know if I have it set up or not. No, I do not have set up on the thing. All right, here we go. So now it's set up. Okay, so here's a volume explorer. So I can see basically a 3D projection of what a storm looks like. And this would show where the updrafts is. I need to set it up still for the most part, but now let me do a little bit tweaking here with this. If I can get the try to get it to work a little bit here, but it's that little thing right there, which see where your updrafts is right in there. Trying to get this to work as set this up as best as I can. Yeah, basically you can see your updrafts in this, at least with KDP. I think the same thing with NROD actually too. I think no, okay, just KDP. But there's also cross section, which let me get that. Let me set this up. Volume Explorer. If it decides it wants to work, maybe. There we go. Now it's and I had to manually go into settings to get this to work for some reason. Even I don't know why it was show up on that thing, but whatever. But you can see a 2D projection basically of what you're looking at. And this can be useful for a multitude of things, but one thing this is definitely useful for is seeing how high up is your debris being thrown from if you do at least if you do have a tornado in progress. Of course, will depend on where your tornado is. If you have like a weaker tornado and it's kind of far from radar, you're not really gonna see much on here. But if you have, let's say, the case of a strong to violent tornado, you're gonna see debris being chucked into the air on here, and also debris fall on here too. And of course, we don't have a tornado line going, so we're not gonna see anything at all. And they did issue a special marine warning ahead of this thing. It has to be going for an hour, and they also did put worst spout possible on that too. Definitely a chance this ends up, I mean, get rotation in there, but definitely a chance this ends up producing a tornado potentially at some point down the line. Wow, we actually had a baseball-sized hailport over near Rapid River. Let me check on that area I was taking a look at earlier near Christmas, and yeah, rotation is pretty much almost basically non-existent at this point. It's just straight line winds at this point on that. Little Caesar's Pizza, I'm guess. I mean that's what you go. I mean that's what you would go there for. But Little Caesar's, been a while since I've had that. Also nice. So I had for my dinner I had burgers. That was before I streamed as well. And then speaking of pizza, I actually had that on I think Friday last week. I think or Thursday. I can't remember off the top of my head. No, it was Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday that I had pizza, and then Friday I had Polish food. Had kraut and then also potato pierogies, and then also potato pancakes too. But how's it going, Party Cheese? A Severe Destroying 60 and quarter, and that's nearly the same with the special marine warning there too. Also, I just realized I completely misspelled weather. I don't know how long it's been like that. Severe weather coverage. That's essentially what I spelled for my title. Essentially, we have a flash flood warning actually up here now. From Onada all the way up to Munsing, Michigan. Say what this says. Up to 2.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. What is our? I'm curious. I don't know how far up our. Can you? I can tell my throat's getting dry, even though I've been drinking water. All right, so we have a marginal in this section here for excessive rainfall, and there's actually a slight risk down here in the southwest with the monsoon season that's going on down there. We have a new mesoscale discussion as well. All right, so here's that new mesoscale discussion. Potentially focused damage and wind risk through 8 o'clock. And this is the outflow. This is an outflow boundary right here with this pink and like the pink dots in the line. And this is concerning the tornado that's going right now, but 65 and 80 to have for wind, and then it's ping pong to tennis ball size hail, and then tornado peak probability to have 85 to 110. About to hit 300. Indeed, I am. The big old 300. Oh, there. I'm like, where is the radar site for? I'm like looking here for the radar site. It's over here. I'm looking at a complete wrong area for the radar. Nice. Got some rainfall going on over here in Northern Illinois. Light rainfall, if anything. One thing I will say about the severe threat for this section here, I do wonder if let me actually look at satellite real quick for this area. Hold on. No, yeah, we definitely would have destabilized enough for severe storms and storms in general. Actually, what the let me go over to so here's College DuPage satellite site here, which I have the K product on Ordnance Stability, and see the destabilization we had throughout the day here, and then also here, and I'm surprised that I feel like these are lower than they should be for destabilization, but I guess we didn't destabilize a lot in these areas here because all the storm showers we had with this right here from this morning. And that's actually kind of. Let me turn that because there is composite radar on this actually. So you can see this is from this morning, and then that's made its way through Illinois, and that kind of faded out. And actually some storms that are initiating ahead of that from the remnant clouds, I guess we can call it, I guess. From that, and see a couple shower storms probably down there. And then this is our current complex here, and then we got a couple of discrete cells up here. There's mosaic radar as well, which is the same thing as what we're looking at with the. Let me go back. Which is the composite radar right here. Let me actually go to sub-regional. And yeah, you can see where our cold front is back here. And these are the cells initiating ahead of that cold front. These are all making their way southeast, which these will probably be discrete for probably the next couple hours or so before. Because the way the cold front is positioned, and then also these cells are, these will eventually do what's going on down here and be more linear like this. They did extend the severe dose warning on this. 60-mile-per-hour wind and hail as well. Well, nickel-size hail, to be specific. Not quite quarter-size hail anymore that they have it warned. Originally warned for. Actually, no, it was originally warned for $50, 60, and a tornado pulse tag as well. Yeah, I think our outflow boundary is definitely moving faster than the storms can latch onto it for sure. So that'll keep the wind and hail threat going, but not so much the tornado threat. Seeing some photos from storm chasers on the storms that are going on right now, or at least this one's from an hour ago, but it's from a storm from still ongoing, but from earlier too. Uh, with the shelf, big old shelf cloud on it. I said, how many slices of pizza did you have? It's a new severe dust warning. It has to be over in North Carolina, actually, with the ancient wind gust back there. 3 in total, 5 pieces of cheesy bread. Bread. That just reminded me of like like I don't know if it started on TikTok originally and it's one started on Instagram, but it was like someone like throwing a piece of bread and going thumbs up, saying thumb like someone threw a piece of bread and they thumbs up and then went bread. Oh, 1 second. Push chair. Not well, I was about to say not a single severe warning, but there is one over here, but not a single severe thirst warning on almost pretty much 90% of this line over here. Yeah, I think that storm show this morning definitely put a kind of like kind of almost kind of like put a nail in the coffin for any severe threat for later on. And then also any lingering cloud cover that we had. And they just issued the severe dust watch out here in this portion, rest of the UP, but also the northern portion of Michigan here, which they have 20-0 for tornado probabilities, 40-20 for wind, and 30-30 for hail. But this is basically a severe threat that's mainly wind and hail. Although a couple tornadoes being possible, probably would be brief tornadoes if anything. I don't know if they have anything on it. Let's see. Summary: widely scattered intense storms over upper Michigan and northern Wisconsin will track southeastward into the watch area this evening, posing a risk of damaging winds and hail. 22 are possible. And that's going till 1 in the morning Central Time with that watch, which is 2 a.m. Eastern. So got 26 minutes on this tornado warning. Still has an area that's still rotating in there. That will be eventually make its way over into Lake Michigan and make its way southeast. And if it does produce, that'll be a water spout. There is also a graphic that National Service Lacrosse put out just a bit ago. And that is basically this is what it looks like here. And they have large hail, danger wind, and twirl being possible. And they have this area of concern is up here. And then this section here, which is the section that we really haven't seen much for pretty much all day, pretty much, other than some storms from earlier today. They have that area as lower risk due to the storms from this morning. Also, I don't think I showed it yet, but this is the missions that are out there right now over Tropical Depression too. So you got NOAA that's out there, and then you also got the Air Force recon out there too. Which this one has lower level recon. I think this one might be. I would imagine it's probably upper, but this got a 1,000 1004 1004. How what you call it? However you say it, I don't know. So that might be also low level as well, perhaps. And this is where, because you got the eye, which would be this right here, where you have your pressure drop, and they got it even lower than at 1004. Looks like. What about the Air Force? I don't know what they might have just went out just now. So, and I think they actually probably are closer to that as well with the area where the eye is at too, or at least where the low is at. I should say the low pressure area. Now finally is on eating. That's pretty greasy but juicy. I see. I'm kind of curious how our hurricane models are handling this. Which the HWRF has us going into portions of like Alabama and Mississippi, and the lowest it gets it down to is 997, which is a tropical storm. And then here's the H bond, which was a couple days ago a little bit more aggressive for whatever reason. Yeah, the HAFS and the HWRF do a little bit better, I would say, in terms of in terms of actually handling hurricanes and whatnot. Also, I don't know what that sound was at all. That sounds like it sounded like some goblin thing from a whatever game from like I don't know Skylanders or something. I don't know. All right, let's see. Refresh the National Hurricane Center. All right, the intermediate discussion is out. Let's see. Oh, they actually named it now. Actually, no, hurricane hunters find that depression is strengthened into Tropical Storm Bertha. So we officially now have Tropical Storm Bertha. That'd be our second tropical storm of the season now. And they have the pressure we're looking at earlier, 1004. Max sustained at 40. So that's I mean, it was borderline tropical storm looks like now, but or was tropical borderline tropical storm, but that is now officially a tropical storm. See, trying to see here. Because I would imagine they probably updated Surge and all that. There's a rip currents risk that they have on the site too. I could imagine it's absolute lightning show out here right now. That's all I gotta say. I could look at the outlook on here. I imagine it probably updated on here yet. You're right. Yeah. It hasn't updated on here yet, so this will probably update probably within a few minutes or so. Probably, I would imagine. This still has tropical depression too right now. Oh wow, that's probably side lobe contamination there, but if that's rotated, that's definitely that would be a tight area of rotation. Let's see, got you got a DVD player and SpongeBob DVDs. I see. I'm kind of curious what the I haven't I don't even know what the SpongeBob like movies that come out on DVD off the top of my head. Yeah, I imagine well they did update the cone. Alright, so here is the I don't think we had much of a shift in the cone, but they have this as a tropical depression again once it gets onto land. So they are still projecting this as a tropical storm once it gets to land, and this still making a northwest jog compared to it making a western jog. Which I mean does make sense considering we really haven't seen much in terms of the way of this intensifying. Probably dealing with the cases. I don't know. Probably dealing with some shear, probably, but definitely dry air for sure is probably what it's dealing with the most right now. And there's the 3 day full forecast. Here's the rip current thing I was talking about earlier, which they have no data along this, but they have moderate and high along the panhandle of Florida and this little portion of Alabama, and then along this section here of Florida. And then tomorrow doesn't look okay. It is actually different for tomorrow. Actually, for what they put that's the composite for tomorrow. They have this as high. It looks like, but that's for when it gets a little bit closer to land. And then there's also the storm surge map information. This one I think it is still a experimental product. I think, which it'll show you. You can about see it, but you see these blue outlines and whatnot where they have storm surge flood map there. I know I showed this a few times during last year. I think at least, or was it a couple of years ago when I did. I think I might have. I know I might have shown this during both Helene and Milton when I did those a couple of years ago. I have 3/4 movies. The first one, OG, and then SpongeBob Water. Then the newest one, Search for SquarePants. I also have the 15th season and Christmas DVD from 2003. That's 23 years ago already. Wow, holy. Does it fit? Well, I say it's not a long time ago, but that's definitely quite a while back. And then here's the Tropical Storm Force wind speed probabilities I have out right now, or Tropical Storm Bertha. And my clock just went off. Oh wow. Okay, that's quite a few reports there on these. Funnel Cloud report, Funnel Cloud report. It's all from 3 people too. Or not 3 people. From 2 are from one person and one's from one person. I don't even know if any of that made any sense. Also, Otis is up here, which is the guys that fly drones into tornadoes. Okay, hold on. I need to go back to radar so I can show what I was talking about here. So these reports here, I'll send pick of my DVDs on Discord. All right. They also did condense that tornado warning up in Michigan. Still going on for another about 10 minutes. I did not want to turn on MS, which is a composite. That is the one thing. I don't know. I still. Dry throat, man. Because I was about to say, I don't know how I managed to look at smooth stuff for however long when I first started out doing live coverage for radar. Live coverage for radar? Live coverage for severe weather. And now I don't use smoothing at all. And then I did not mean to move the camera. You know what? I'm gonna go over to satellite because I can turn on the high res if it decides it wants to load. That is, and yeah, you can see this is 4 o'clock and 4 o'clock central, I should say, and you can see our storms over here that have been going on for a bit, and then our storms up here in the UP of Michigan that initiated. Which I think, for the most part, with those cells, they definitely have the better of the forcing for storms because they were able to initiate a little bit better compared to the storms down here in this section of Wisconsin. Actually, hold on 1 second. Small rotating funnel cloud, and we got a tornado report. Tanner Charles, tornado literally right here, he says. Let me see this. I need to load up what the front on a different tab because I'm not able to show the stream on here. Let's see. Yeah, there's definitely a lowering. Yeah, there's definitely a lowering. I didn't click on the stream in time for to see if there was a twilight or not. Although Camden Colton just switched around. Looks like there's like a scud that he's looking at, but I'm guessing it's a funnel though. It's like very slowly rotating. Like it's very slowly rotating. And there's a special weather statement on this. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour and funnel clouds. And Archie's has sent the pictures of the DVDs. Alright, we also no longer have that tornado warning in Michigan now. We are tornado warningless. We just have severe dust warnings ongoing in Iowa, and I don't know if we do not have any in Michigan or Wisconsin as of right now. I am keeping an eye on some of these because there's been quite a few reports of both funnel clouds, and then there's also one tornado report. All right, so here is the picture of the DVDs that Party Cheese sent over. So you got the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. You got the SpongeBob movie, Search for SquarePants, and then you got the Christmas one, and then the 15th season DVD, and then I think wasn't this the most recently released as well with this specific one, or am I thinking of a different one? I can't remember off the top of my head. There's been so many. I feel like there's been quite a few SpongeBob movies at this point. Oh no, the most recent one came out last year. Plankton, the movie that was on Netflix, I think. Yeah, there was two that came out on Netflix actually. SpongeBob was 2015 thing. I might be. I might be thinking of that. Yeah. I don't know. I'll be honest. I've lost track at this point of what's come out in different orders. And there's like one movie that the one that had Keanu Reeves in it that I was probably thinking of. That's probably why I was thinking it was the most recent, which I think might have been Out Water. I think Out. Uh, Brain overload. See what the National Hurricane Center has here. So here is the Twitter update from National Hurricane Center, at least the satellite imaging. Let's see. Depression 2 has been upgraded to Tropical Storm Bertha. See the latest key messages and forecast information at hurricane.gov. Oh, you want to see something real quick here? Nope, it's still the mesoanalysis still has the giant chunk taken out of it with the instability area. It's still a big old chunk of instability taken out there. Still very unstable atmosphere here, which is this will. I mean, it's still very unstable, but sometimes even with the most unstable atmosphere, your storms don't always take advantage of that, which might be the case for some of these storms here. as we get the cold front moving in from the northwest. See, I want to take a look at the site I use. It hasn't updated quite yet on the. So here's the other site that I use, which is Sim Sharpo Cyclones group here. So you can look at like hurricane stuff and whatnot on here. And they haven't. This hasn't updated quite yet on here yet, because this still shows a tropical depression too. This will probably be updated at some point. I don't know how long it takes to update on this. Alright, we are back to having a tornado warning. It's in a very small part. I think this is the same cell that was warned earlier as well. Yeah. This is a tornado warning for Detroit Harbor. With this island right here. So once again, we are back to having a tornado warning. I don't know if this is on. Is this even showing the right thing? Hold on 1 second. No, I'm on the wrong tab. Okay. Alright, not wrong. The wrong window, I should say. So here's that tornado warning. This is for the Detroit Harbor area here on this island. This is the same cell that was tornado warned earlier over near Gorley, Kearney, and all that. This is making its way east, south. Well, I say east, but this is making its way southeast to be specific. Wonder if what? Well, I don't know how well Green Bay's could be able to see this. Marquette might be able to see it better. Either that, or we're in the case where we're between radars again, which is probably the likely case, if anything. Also, another feature that weatherwise recently added. Okay, what would it look like if I did this? Okay, it just doesn't really do anything. It just kind of bugs out this. Okay. I'm like, what if I did velocity and reflectivity at the same time? But that would probably only work better if I because there's observations you can use on here, and then also satellite too. And I can switch around the layers too, which is kind of interesting. Although with how I have everything, it's kind of you barely see the cloud cover and all that. So yeah, not exactly ideal situation what I have set up for what I have, I guess. Yeah, our rotation's gonna be right in here. Once again, making his way southeast. Also, that I just realized that's actually Wisconsin, That's actually northeastern Wisconsin, actually too. I did not realize that was part of Wisconsin. Although there's the state border right here, so that probably would have given the clue there. Interesting. I'm looking at the another post that the National Hurricane Center made for the Advisory 6A, which is for the hurricane hunters finding the tropical depression becoming tropical storm Bertha. Someone posted below with the different years that tropical storm, because the name list, I mean, it recycles every 6 years for so you have a current list, and that same list recycles every 6 years, unless you get a name in that list that retires. Then that a name in that list gets retired and it gets replaced with another name. But in order for a name to be retired, it has to basically cause like a bunch of it basically has to be like a very like I mean it could be be category 1 or tropical storm, and then it can be retired, but it has to cause like a lot of damage, a lot of damage, fatalities, and all that kind of stuff. Which I think, if I remember correctly, no, Hurricane Melissa got retired. I don't remember what the new name is now for that. So with 2020s, the names that were retired. So Laura, Ada, Iota, Ida, Fiona, Ian, Beryl, Helene, Bill, and Melissa. Let's see. So the widespread destruction and loss of life in Caribbean from a storm, particularly Jamaica. Melissa was retired by the World Meteorological Organization March 2026. Will never be used for Atlantic tropical cyclone. It was replaced with Molly. Now be used in the 2031 list. What about Dylan? What was that replaced with? Miguel is what Milton was replaced with. That'll be used during the 2030 season. Or, well, if it gets used, that is. Not all names in the hurricane list end up getting used. Now, let's see if it's updated on here now. It should be. Yeah. And they have this peaking at least as of current. So, next couple. I don't know what that was. Oh, I need water. So, the next couple days, they have this intensifying to max wind with 52 miles per hour and then max gust 63. And then I think because category. Seriously, how much water do I need to drink, man? Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, her category 1 would be like 74, 71, 74 mile per hour winds. And cyclonic is updated as well. All right. So here is what the sea temperatures look like in the Gulf. And yeah, these are very warm to hot temperatures in the Gulf right now. And then there's radar imagery on this as well from that's probably Tallahassee there. There's also some stations out in the water. These are probably buoys, if I had to guess, out here that are measuring pressure and whatnot. Let's see, take a look at. Oh yeah, so looking at what I was trying to figure out earlier, so that NOAA plane was also a low level mission as well. Kind of figured based on that pressure, but travel tidbits. I don't know why it wasn't showing it. I'll go back to this. So this is cyclonic WX. I'll send that in the chat. And I did not do that. And then here is that what I was talking about here, a level mission here. And we'll go over to radar while we're at it. Take a look. And this is the radar right here, which is not Tallahassee's radar, actually. This is, well, it is Tallahassee's radar, but that's more towards the west for Tallahassee's radar, I should say. And yeah, you can see the spin. There was a outlook, or the outlook did have a 2% tornado risk out here and Panhandle, which I don't. I think we had a couple of special marine warnings, but I don't know if we had any like water spouts or anything like that. I would imagine probably. I mean, once this makes its way over here and it gets into like the jet stream or something, maybe we'll see the case of a couple of brief tornadoes, perhaps once that makes its way over to Texas and all that. But of course, I'll be in time though, and watching to see what ends up happening in particular with all that. All right, new mesoscale discussion. So here's that. Storm development south of Tornado Watch 501 is appearing less likely. An additional watch is currently not expected, and they only have wind and hail, which is less than 60 and less than half inch for half dollar, not half inch. We got another outflow from the storms from earlier as well. This is gonna be. I mean, you got another sphere deploying on this, so this is trying to bow out a little bit. It looks like, but this is still gonna be behind the alpha boundary right here. So it's not really gonna be a tornado threat. All right, so got another about half hour-ish on this tornado warning here, but that'll probably be canceled at some point if I had to guess. Oh wow, we actually had a we actually have a 12 port up here now. SBC video shows waterfall making landfall on shot point. How far up does our tornado threat goes all the way up there? And we haven't really seen a whole lot of tornadoes inside our 10% and all that today. Which is I mean it's a good thing. I mean it's less things have happened to things. I don't know what the words to describe that. Off top of my head right now. But yeah, good thing at least stayed a mainly danger wind and then also hail threat for the today. Although I will say, Upper Michigan definitely impressed me today with this tornado threat, with the water spouts that happened, and also one that did come onto land and make landfall. Which I guess we'll have to watch and see what happens with that within the next couple days with the damage survey. Because that did seem like it was a pretty intense water spout, but it wasn't as intense once it made its landfall. Also, one thing I was looking at earlier today with our convection is how early it fired too. I think that was definitely an issue too. Because when you have convection fire early, it can kind of hinder your server threat for the rest of the day too. And it's also another reason why today didn't really pan out as well on the at least the a good portion of our threat area. And especially with the tornado threat as well. Probably should have sent another thing. Let's see. Uh the best 300 episodes ever. 44 disc in total. That's a whole that's a deal right there. Let's see here. Uh Still got a little while to the next outlook. News turtles running as before 6 mile per 1 gust and quarter size hail. That's be on this cell right here. Might be a little bit of rotation on it, perhaps, near Blackwell there. Although, how far are we from radar? We are a little bit far from radar, so. See here. Like waving my mouse cursor back and forth. I want to take a look at our pattern for the next couple of days here. Let's see, wind speed. Yeah, it's very much the case that we have a northwest flow kind of regime for a while. So let's go over to the NAM, or not the NAM, the well, we're gonna go look at the NAM and all that, but we're gonna take a look at our forecast models. Which this is the latest one here for the wrap, and this is what the wrap has, and this is 8 o'clock here with what the wrap has, and then going into tomorrow. Still got the north to flow, and you see our little shortwave increases in strength at the football, our 500 millibar. Let's see what our 700 millibar looks like here if it loads. Yeah, got a shortwave here, which this will be our probably our area here for what we're looking at in terms of our if it loads. This will be this area here will be probably what we're looking for tomorrow in terms of our severe threat where we have our damage to wind gust. Let me take a sounding here while I'm at it. If it loads, that's gonna take a little bit to load. So, oh, there we go. Yeah, it's 66 over 75. So, and there is a bit of curvature actually with the wrap showing here. So there's a little bit of curvature. There is a tornado threat for tomorrow too. So, and then we go into because we still got ridging out here too. Which I'm kind of curious what the because the wrap. I mean, this is not a very it's not very high resolution, but imagine our troughing is gonna probably at least like affect the depending on how far down it digs into the deep south here. It does make me wonder how this is gonna affect that, but because we got the ridge here and then this low like ridge here, ridging here, troughing. So we'll see what that does. Because I mean, they do have the National Hurricane Center have it going towards the west out here as a tropical depression. So I guess we'll see what happens in the next couple of days. And if we go over to the NAM, and kind of almost the same situation with the troughing, although the troughing is a little bit more. Well, this kind of connects into the 700 mil bar, so we'll see what that. We'll see what it does with the next few couple days or so, as Tropical Storm Bertha tracks west, northwest, and then west. Take a look at for tomorrow. If it decides it wants to load. Actually, let me go to the pivot weather because college page has been a little bit slow right now. Alright, so let's go to tomorrow. This is Tuesday. Oh, something updated. I think that might have been the tornado. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on 1 second. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. And this was probably confirmed near Stratford, if I had to guess with what the law enforcement confirmed tornado 10 miles northeast of Marshfield. And I mean it's gonna be a small area from what we're looking at, but our air rotation could be probably in here. Or at least our tornado that's on the ground now is gonna be in there. And we also are far from radar. Let me actually go to Green Bay. And it's gonna be over here likely. It's like a small. This is like that. This is like almost like a small shower. It's producing a tornado right now. And we have another tornado warning. That's gonna be just the northeast of that one. That's gonna be for Wazow, Bevent, Hatley. So those are gonna be this general area here. That is gonna be and that tornado warning here. So I think we might be seeing a little bit more of an uptick in tornado activity again here. At least with these cells. Brandon Payne is on this one here. See what he's seeing. So we have 3 ongoing tornado warnings in Michigan. And if you're in any areas, make sure you are getting to your safe place as you're in a tornado warning here. McMillan, Stratford, Penwood, Mosney. And they got Evergreen, Rothschild, Weshow, Bevent, and Hatley over here in Wisconsin. You got the tornado warnings that went over here in Detroit Harbor. I'm surprised that one hasn't been canceled out quite yet, but because the cell that originally was tornado warned is kind of moved off towards the northeast, if anything. I need to use I need to use the bathroom real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Let me switch back to 1 frame instead of 2. See here. I think we might actually. I mean, look at some relative here. May actually maybe some rotation near Grand, but let's look over to lacrosses. Yeah, nothing there actually. I should go look at lacrosse's radar on this one here. 'Cause I'm kind of curious because these are like really small areas of rotation if they are rotating. Otherwise, updating. Got well, the watch got updated, but it probably just flashing for. I don't know what update specifically on that. We got another tornado warning. Oh, so that's gonna be from Mattoon, Phlox, all the way to Grisham and Kashena in Wisconsin. And call is going. What's up? What's up? Yeah, I know you got some issues with your thing. Apparently, I don't know what to tell, man. Was it not showing the right color for the warning? It's a severe dust warning. That's over in where is that at? That's over here in Wyoming and Nebraska. Warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarters, says it. More page is eyes on the confirmed tornado one. I saw this is like a really like one of the cells that's like really small air rotation. Why not? All right, they have a tornado warning. That's gonna be over near Black River Falls, Wisconsin. This is outside of our tornado watch. I'll be going right now. We have a tiny area rotation. Uh, about let's see, measure my tool here. That is gonna be about 5 miles to the like west-ish of Black River Falls. There, that's also making its way southeast. That's gonna be going for a while too. I think. Let me see. No, it's going for 20. What's the one that's going for 42 minutes? This one? It is this one. I'm looking at Weatherfront, Brandon Payne. He's right below the area that's circulating right now. So it looks like not really anything on the ground. So we probably had a very brief tornado, if anything. Are you playing Boxed again? I was gonna say, if you had a quarter for every time you came across a hacker in that game, you'd be rich, I swear. Probably. That looks like a low precip area there of rotation. Let me look here if I can get a maybe better view of this. They also did add a Tornaposteg on this one. Looks like this one I know I was looking at earlier. I'm like, that looks. I think it might be this one I was looking at. That was like, that's rotating or something. That is also making its way southeast, which I mean, it's generally the motion that these storms are moving in. Hmm, that might be debris signature actually. Let me look at the dual view here. I mean, it's consistent with the velocity. Where is my GR2 analysis? Where is the specific thing I'm looking for here? Yeah, that might be debris. Tornado near potentially a tornado near Black River Falls in Wisconsin. Yeah, that looks like it. Waiting for. I just realized I'm on the wrong tab again. Or not. I keep saying tab. It's a window that I'm on. Wrong window. And they did go confirm with that. So yeah, that is now a confirmed tornado on the ground near Black River Falls. So we have now 2 tornado warnings right now that have confirmed tag on them. Although one of them I can see getting downgraded back to radar indicated. Give away a scan. Latest scan that came in was 2 minutes ago. And we have another tornado warning. That's be to the northeast. This be for Pittsfield, Wisconsin, Rapids, Arpin, Vesper. We are sitting now at 6 tornado warning. So we've actually gotten a lot more active in terms of tornado activity. We also have a tornado warning on this one now up here too. That's gonna be going towards Wasaki and Wisconsin there. Got another one? Let's see. This looked a lot more organized in terms of a storm than like last scans ago. Let's see what the CC looks like. Because this is where it initially started out. Maybe actually had a low debris signature at around 745, and then 748, and then that started growing in size, and then latest scans started coming in And looking at reflectivity, that's still, I mean, it still correlates with reflectivity. Velocity doesn't look like much at this point, though. So we may at least have the case of, I mean, this definitely an area where we probably have a boatload of trees, so that's probably what's being picked up right now. Whether or not it's actually a strong tornado or not is determined. See if cross section get anything or not. Probably not, because cross section has a long delay for some reason. LA scan came in again. I keep an eye on that. People be doing anything on blocks, I guess. I don't know, man. I still got rotation on that. Otis is actually on that one. There was actually a funnel cloud report from 7:47 p.m. Multiple funnel clouds 2 miles to my northeast, not south. Almost said south. Where's the rain in Chicago? It's like very like if there is anything okay, there's actually barely anything like left at all actually. There's like nothing. Most of the rain is actually to the southwest of Chicago actually. Like way southwest of Chicago. Like anything in terms of like light rain is like down near Shanahan right now. And then outside of that it's be central Illinois. Yeah, not really anything to know about rain for the most part for Chicago. There was I don't know what this has not I don't think the next house come out yet. There was a slight risk and a enhanced risk, but most of the storms from this morning kind of put a nail in the coffin for any storms later. Well, for storms and showers, I should say, kind of put a nail in the coffin for anything later in Illinois. The condensed tornado warning over here still has it as observed. It looks like though. I think at this point, all that is just clear air contamination. Yeah, they dropped that down to radar indicated for a tornado warning now on that. So So we're back to having one tornado warning that has observe tag on it, which is the one that we've had for a little while at this point. And that's including the Mosine area in Wisconsin. It is also 8:03 now. Okay, so latest outlook should be coming out. I saw the notification from it for it on from the IEM bot. They did drop it to a slight risk. So I imagine because a 30 sig one is still making a hand, so we probably have a 15 with the damage and wind gust threat, and then probably a 5% with a tornado risk. So a lot of Illinois is still in that slight risk, though. I will say. So we'll take a look at that once that fully comes out. So because sometimes it takes a little while for outlooks from the Storm Prediction Center to come out. Actually, let me take a look at the partners page. Partners page, the categorical is updated. So I got another 10 minutes on this. Let me actually take a look at the alert real quick. So we got two that are expiring out with the next 10 minutes, which is this one here and probably this one here. And then yeah, two in the next 40, one in 25, and then they did extend the tornado warning on that. So still observe tornado tag. That's including Knowlton, Colonia, Nelsonville, and Rochelle in Wisconsin. And it looks like there's also a mesoscale discussion coming out soon as well, looks like. And the outlook is fully out now. We'll take a look at that. All right. So here is the current outlook. And we no longer have a enhanced in place. The tornado, they did drop to a 5% with Sig 1, so that's 5%. Sig 1 being EF2 reasonable max. And that's being across the sector that we've been looking at in Wisconsin here. And then damaging winds, which they have a big old 15 still, but the hurricane force damaging winds, which is this section of southeastern Iowa and this western portion of Illinois, and then northeastern Missouri there. And then for hail, it's still most of Iowa and then into where we currently have our cells, any discrete cells in Wisconsin. And we have our mesoscale discussion out now as well. So here's our mesoscale discussion. Isolated large hail and tornado threat continues. This doesn't feel I mean, isolated tornadoes in terms of them actually producing, but with the amount of cells right now that are becoming like, well, they're going tornado warned right now, man. I don't know. A lot of tornadic activity with some of these cells. Or these cells are trying to be tornadic and produce, but depends on whether or not they actually produce or not. Alright, so they did extend this warning right here. And still got that rotation. It's going to be over near Pike Lake, make its way southeast towards Eldrin, and then eventually make its way towards Tegerton and Marion. Or Marion. And we have another tornado warning, which just went observed. And I can see where we have a debris signature. That's going to be... Actually, initially had a debris signature near Zor, and have still a debris signature still visible over near Zor, just to the southeast of it. Wait, let me actually see if that's located over near Neopit. Make its way southeast towards Neopit.
Bro, what?
Mesoanalysis. Well, then. Looks like if we still have a tornado on the ground here, it's just be. It's not. Doesn't look like it's as deep of a debris signature, but it's still causing damage here. Making its way southeast. Be near Neopit, Wisconsin. Still. Wow! Just wow! Wow! I need to check on what the chaser feeds are showing right now. A lot of trees. That's for sure. A lot of trees. Oh, about the chaser up here. Imagine. Oh, John. I forgot that John McKinney's on Weatherfront. What? You lagged out of a block? What? Call that laggy blocks. Latest scans came in again for CC. Maybe still a little bit of something in terms of Bree there, but that does look like it. If you do have a tornado on guy, there's probably starting to kind of include there. say a 5 tornado warnings because 2 of them expired out. That's be dire severe dust warning. That's be over. That's gonna be over here in Western Illinois. It's before 6 mile per hour wind gust. Well, I'm not okay. I'm looking at the rotation near Elder, and that is it is a tight couple there. Not be surprised if that ends up trying to at least end up producing sometime down the line. Why? Oh, I'm gonna send it. Yep. I don't know what this is trying to copy a link, but it doesn't want to work. I could tell you're going crazy there with what's going on with the game there. Matches of Bed Wars, multiple of them, or it's like I don't know how many you've played so far in terms of matches of that. Jesus Christ. Chicken butt. Oh, the Bears are moving. I don't know about that. They're still probably gonna be named the Chicago Bears, but they won't be in Chicago. Just I'm sitting in my chair. The rotation of Knowlton looking tight again, or at least more clear on velocities again, looking much tighter than it was earlier. Would expect this tornado warning just be. I mean, it still has observe tag, but it's being probably be just led to expire out if anything. Let me actually check what it says on weatherwise, because weatherwise will show something different. Yeah. So yeah, it's being allowed to be expired out in the next 6 minutes. All right. Let's see. This one got updated. Brenda McKinney on the solid weather. Hmm. I did not. Bro, what is this? What is this audio? Seriously, man. What is this? Who is making seriously? Who makes these audios, man? Who? I sound like an owl right now. Who? What? Very, very silent. Yeah. Uh huh. Knowing your soundboard is gonna be the world's loudest thing known to man. Yup. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of figured that was gonna happen. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of figured it'd be the loud sound as he's played. Yeah. Yup. Yup. Yeah. I heard that part. Yeah. And I think they dropped the confirm tag. Yeah, they dropped the confirm tag on us. I wonder if I don't know if OTS project is live on YouTube or not. OTEUS is not live at all. Okay. What? What is Yep. Yep. I mean, not particularly. Fairly silent. Sure, bud. Yeah, real silent. No, really.
Bro, what?
Oh wow, hey, there's a. How long? This was 2 minutes ago. 1/10 of a mile south of here, tornado vortex tearing up trees. Mesoscale discussion. I just got released. Well, it's about to be released in a second. The notification just came out like 2 seconds ago. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm watch. Tornado up to 90. Hail up to $50. Gust 55 to 70. I see. It's concerning the severe thunderstorm watch that's going on around now, actually. See what they say about that once it loads. Probably another few moments or so once it fully loads on in. Hmm. Chicken butt. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's. I don't think that's. I don't think that's quite something. As, as here's the new Mesoskele discussion that the Storm Prediction Center just put out just a bit ago. And locally damaging wind gusts remain possible, which is this little complex right here. And we have this one long outflow boundary from the storms from earlier today. It'll be interesting to see how far out that goes. Actually, where is it sitting right now? In terms of where it's at on radar. Over here. West of. There is this was 2 minutes ago with this port too. Tornado about 1 mile west. So I was probably I guess maybe a little put observed at some point. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. I guess because I mean they got in 2 reports at this point. This other two, I think the other two should be they're expiring out soon here. No, we'll just wait to see what the. Well, they'll probably. I imagine they'll probably end up issuing a new tornado warning on this cell back here if it continues rotating. There are a couple showers that have been trying to get it going behind these cells, but I think that's probably the cold front starting to knock on the door. Probably. Let's see. Uh, yeah, that would be the cold front in the back starting to knock on in. Definitely, I was gonna say, it definitely sounds. Honestly, I would describe it as like party music, but I don't know what to describe it as specifically. Let's see here, check something on here too. Here, go to GR2. So here's GR2. So this is what velocities look like in here. And looking at the NRI, which is the derived product for our radar, showed kind of general idea where the rotation's at. You can see there's indeed definitely, at least in terms of couplet, definitely strong couplet there near Tigerton there and Wisconsin, make its way southeast. And then there's rotation there, which this one, I mean, looked like it was kind of a tight couplet, but maybe it's at like upper levels perhaps. Probably Otis Project. They got a shot of the tornado near Mattoon, Wisconsin earlier. Just looking at Brandon Payne's stream, still just a lot of there's still I view it just a boatload of trees. So I'm not really gonna be able to see much. Real quick. Wow, okay, they issued a tornado warning. It's gonna be going for an hour on this one. Jesus. That'd be 9:45 when that expires. Whatever. Much smaller area that's rotating. If there is anything that's rotating left, they haven't issued a new tornado warning for this one yet, so we'll see what happens with that. This one cell though, I mean, it's still rotating, but it's been rotating. It's well, as far as I know, it's produced a couple tornadoes at this point, but been rotating for a while. Killed by Granny? What? Troy Harbor still under different warnings. Still, there was a tornado warning on it earlier. Now there's a severe dust warning on it again. And they're allowing the tornado warning to the north there to expire out with the next 7 minutes. I know it'll be just down to one, unless another one gets issued at some point. But for right now, we'll be basically after the one expired. But we'll be down to one tornado warning. We are down to one tornado warning now. Although one of them still technically ongoing since it is being allowed to expire out. But what? Yeah, what about it? I see. Oh.
Ugh.
Not seeing a whole lot in terms of rotation on this cell over near Rachel, although we could have the case again where because these cells today, well, I say today, but quite a few cells within the past, I would say hour-ish, have been kind of low precip in Wisconsin. Maybe hour or two, I would say, have been kind of low precip, and they managed to still, well, they still produce tornadoes. Basically, almost like the case of showers producing tornadoes compared to actual your typical thunderstorm, big old thunderstorm producing one. Oh wow, found out why there's a rotating wall cloud all the way in Alsip, Illinois, and apparently looks like there's some weird issue that sent it all the way over there. That's something of the sorts. Let's see here. Oh my god. No. Oh, I got hiccups again. Why? Let's see here. Just while we're at it, take a look at the outlook again for tomorrow, and then also the current outlook, but then also outlook for tomorrow. So there's the tornado risk that they kept, big old 2% area still, and then they dropped the 30%. They kept a 15%, but SIG went down here in Iowa and Illinois and all that. And then hail threat from all the way here in Iowa all the way up into Wisconsin here. And then tomorrow we have enhanced risk again tomorrow, and the main threat for that is damaging winds. There's no, as of right now, there's no SIG outlines. Although I wouldn't rule out a couple instances of maybe some hurricane force winds, perhaps, but we'll probably be dealing with more or less just 6 mile per hour wind gusts and just damaging winds in general. And then there's a 5% as well for tornadoes. No SIG outline for that either. And then there is also a hail threat as well, all the way from Evansville, Indiana, all the way up to near Newfield and Enfield in New York State, and then all the way towards like Philadelphia. So quite expansive slight risk area for hail. Speaking of slight, there is a slight risk on Wednesday as well between North Carolina, Virginia, and then I think that's still Virginia there. No SIG outline either. And then beyond that, we don't have anything in terms of 15% outlines, 15% severe risk outlined beyond Wednesday. So, and then take a look at the fire risk, which there is a isolated dry thunderstorm tomorrow, Northern California, northwestern Nevada, and then this big old section of Oregon there. And then it's still gonna be an hour till the next that's a little less than an hour, but it's still gonna be a little while till we get the complete advisory for Tropical Storm Bertha, which is, as of the current advisory, expected to peak out on what day? So that's this 22nd, so that's Wednesday. Although considering how warm the waters are in the Gulf right now, it could probably, I don't know if we'll see maybe something stronger than that, but considering the amount of dry air and shear that we've been seeing, it's kind of a low chance right now. And then they have this as a tropical depression once it gets over to Texas. And then excessive rainfall outlook, we got a slight risk ongoing over here in Arizona, New Mexico, and portion of Texas. The same thing with North Carolina. Tomorrow, it's in that basically the enhanced risk area that we have outlined for tomorrow. And then that shifts to the south. You have a slight risk for excessive rainfall in southeastern Louisiana with the tropical storm. And then that continues on Thursday. And then Friday, that's a Marshall, which there is a slight risk between Omaha, Kansas City, and all that out here. So there's some potential flash flood potential on Thursday. And then we have slight risk of excessive rainfall again between the Carolinas and both Thursday and Friday, actually. And then Friday, that slight risk for excessive rainfall shifts all more. The one that was between northeastern Kansas, northwestern Missouri, southwestern Iowa, and southeastern Nebraska, that shifts down into Missouri there. I don't know if we have any other areas here. Let me check. There's on Wednesday, there's a big old area for excessive rainfall over in the mountainous areas between Idaho, Montana, and all that, with the Rocky Mountains, and then also the Great Basin areas. Actually, spell this be the Four Corner States. The Great Basin would be over here, but what else? There's mesos. I don't know if there's no mesoscale discussions out. At least on that thing. Let's see what else we got. There's actually a mesoscale. As soon as I was saying that, there's a mesoscale discussion that was just recently released that does not show up. That's great. What is going on with this thing? Okay. So here's a new mesoscale discussion that was just released, and they have an isolated tornado threat still, but the actual wind risk may persist beyond the scheduled O3Z watch expiration, which is 11 o'clock. Or is that? Oh, that's 10 o'clock, not 11. New watch possible. Probably be a severe direction watch if they do end up issuing one. They also did. There's also new severe direction warning for 7 mile per hour winds. 7 mile per hour wind gets reported in Camden with tree limbs down in that area. And then looking at our hurricane models, this is for this is up. I don't think it's updated quite yet. No, it has updated. Okay, so this is 18Z. So this is the HWRF, and this basically shows kind of the path that the National Hurricane Center has it on right now. And HWRF has this deepening to a 997, which is still a tropical storm strength, well, tropical storm pressure type storm here. And then we got the H bomb, which is not as aggressive as it was a couple days ago. It still deepens quite a bit to like a 988. So it's a little bit more aggressive compared to the other models. And then we also have the HAFS A, which is a little bit more, I would say, in line with the HWRF. And if we look at our ensembles, let's take a look at our ensembles. Zoom in a little bit here. And yeah, you can see most of the members take their way northwest. There's a couple that do go out to sea here. There was quite a few of them that went out west, just south of where it's at here. And then we'd look at the GFS, which I don't know if that's. Oh, it's gotta look. It's gotta look like actually not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. It's about in line with the Euro, I think. Yeah, it's about as in line as what the Euro has, although it doesn't seem to be as aggressive as the Euro when it comes to some of the members, which is surprising. But and then here's the Google model, which is a little bit in line with the Euro model, I would say, although it's a little bit more northwest in some places. But yeah, fresh something. See, upcoming flights. I forget you can take a look at upcoming flights on Cyclonic. So the next upcoming flight, which is this one here, about 5 hours from now, mission type tail Doppler radar, surface to 1500. So probably be a low level mission, I would assume. I think most of these, I imagine most of these will probably be low level recon flights, if anything. I imagine they probably do upper air if there was like a more like organized system that we had going on. And then here's current storms. Take a look at Bertha. Where's the here's sea temperature. So there's sea temperatures. So it's in very very warm waters. And you can see intensity guidance is pretty much, I would say, I mean, I'd be surprised if any of these even try to get to category 1. These are definitely not going to show any of that. And a storm as well is definitely not going to get that at all. Kind of curious. What hit? Has there any tail Doppler? Here, tail Doppler. I can see what the tail Doppler sees on this. So I got vorticity, so this is spin, and then you got your reflectivity, you got composite wind. So this is probably, I imagine it's probably looking at the surface, I would imagine. And then this is wind at different levels, so 2, 5, and 10 kilometers. Latest vortex message 999. So it must have dropped some pressure. They're still dropping pressure. So it is strengthening a little bit. I haven't looked at the MJO stuff in a while. The Medjugorje oscillation. So we're see where we're sitting at in terms of all that. So Euro and a GFS and a CFS. So let's see. Yeah, the Euro and GFS have GEFS, I should say, have it in very different places in terms of where it's at, but generally it's in phase 8, looks like, which I think is like a wet phase, I think. Or a cold phase, wet cold phase. Been a minute since I've looked at that stuff. Hi, what's up, party cheese? Enter enhanced risk. I was gonna say because that enhanced risk could be in a 45% damage and wind gust threat there, and I think 15 hail, 5% tornado risk, 45 wind, and 15% wind. Although I would say a lot of the tornado threats definitely could depend on what the morning convection looks like and see how much destabilization happens. What is going on? Oh, group chat's getting spammed. Jesus. And they have dropped that tornado warning. Okay. see here. Jesus. All right, so here is take a look at some stuff here. So this is let's see 12Z, some morning, 8. So you see all that convection, and this is kind of well, I can't talk about. Hold on 1 second. Oh, what is this talisman? Yeah, this is kind of what we could be looking at for tomorrow with this a bunch of just convection going on, and this is kind of what I was talking about with dealing with convection and see how much destabilization could happen. Which I mean, there could be. I mean, there could be the case of damaging winds and even tornadoes morning wise, but we'll see how much how much convection does end up happening overnight. Which we haven't seen too much convection from storms going on now, so. And even the wrap even shows the amount of convection through here as well. So that could be definitely kind of a trend that we're seeing right now with the amount of convection. And then here's the model that I would say is known for over convecting like crazy, which is the NAM Nest or the NAM 3K. Yeah, that's kind of what could be look like. That's what it could look like for tomorrow's strip, but at least convection wise. Let's see what we got. Mesoanalysis. So still a very unstable air mass, but we probably have the case of just when you let me turn off radar, but see all this blue. That's a lot of convective inhibition, so that's inhibiting storm showers a lot from kind of continuing to kind of go on or grow or fire and all that. Let me take a look at the mixed layer. Same case, although it's not as capped. It looks like at the mixed layer. I am. Let me take a look at where it is. Kind of curious what the wafts look like. Where is sounding analysis archive? There was a. I guess this is. I'm guessing this is a special sounding because this is at 01. I see it's very dry through your column right here, where you have your temperature and dew point spread out. And that's also, I think, probably one of the reasons why we really haven't seen well, one of the reasons why we have low precept cells, but also one of the reasons why we haven't seen cells really thrive through today. And here's the WAFs, which we go to July. They do have it running for today. Paintball. Okay, paintball is might not be useful for this right now. We go to 130 UTC. And the WAFs, yeah, WAFs really doesn't show much more in terms of storms through central Wisconsin and southern Wisconsin, even into northern Illinois. So I'm looking at weather stuff. I don't know what you're on about. It's on. That title is cursed, is what it is. Is it gotta be clean? Of what you're saying? Okay, let me actually hold on. All right. Okay, apparently that's not going to work. Okay, hold on 1 second. All right. Say something. I don't know.
Your stream decided to go, let's not work. Okay. I eat tornadoes for breakfast. I see your face cam, dude. I'm watching your face cam.
Bro eats tornadoes for breakfast. Bro just eats that like a box of Cheerios. What?
No. All I had to say, by the way, you're not gonna get banned, because well yeah, it's me. But if you make your titles weird to the point you might get banned, just don't do it. You're a small creator, Testy Twister Gaming. Please do not do anything that I know in your description it says nobody was harmed. Do we care? As long, dude. Okay, I'm done. I'm just gonna end off. I love tornadoes. Please send me some down here, please.
Alrighty then. I think that's probably be it for the severe threat for tonight, if anything, as well. Because there hasn't really been, I mean, other than the small regional, like, I don't know if it's like outbreak, but it's like a regional little outbreak of tornadoes. But anyways, I'll see you guys on the next stream. Probably won't be able to do a stream tomorrow because I do have something I'm going tomorrow. So, and then after tomorrow, I don't know when the next because it is July. So severe weather events are here and there, or over there and there. It's random. It feels like sometimes. But yeah, anyways, see you guys in the next stream.